Testing. Welcome to episode 414 of Beauty Magazine. The Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. The story takes place in the year 2008. At that time, the magazine is 10 years old. It was started in 1998. In 2004, their publisher and another publisher of a different fashion magazine were both bought out, and the magazines were merged. Simon Barnes of Regency Publishing thought that the magazines were supposed to be the same topic or same type, and in reality they weren't, and that caused problems. The people that liked the one magazine didn't necessarily like the other magazine, and vice versa, and the people who worked at each magazine didn't like the other version of the magazines, and there was a lot of friction and arguing and jealousy over the fact that instead of they getting to be the ones running the magazine, Beatrice got to run the magazine, and, well, recently, she finally was able to fire the people from the other magazine and try to take control of her magazine. But some other things have happened, story-wise, that are kind of giving her speed bumps. That being said, today we've got a busy day ahead of us. Because there was a patch today. The Royalty and Legacy Pack is now live for regular folk like me, not the lucky people who get it a testing. Okay. Bear with me, folks. Ever since yesterday's update from Windows, my microphone is screwy again. It keeps on not wanting to work. I don't know if it's the update or the fact that I did something I've never done before in yesterday's episode. But so yeah, the Royal Pack has launched. I have it. I've not loaded it yet, but it's installed. I also bought the bundle, so I have those two kits that were also announced. Was it silver screen or something like that? And, yeah, we'll see what they were when we get into this. But so today is basically going to be the unboxing, and then we'll see what kind of gameplay it has. I'm probably going to start a new test world to see what it's like before I load my main story. Stream, I'd appreciate it if you at least give it a hello. you know, somehow, like, just look at it or give it a like or something. I don't usually ask for likes, but I'd appreciate it if everybody would, you know, take a look at a little bit of that and acknowledge it in a positive way, please. Testing. Okay. My mic was crackling again. There's the playlist link if it shows. So let's try this again. Hello. We have a cave troll. Since day one, or early on, I've told people in my streams that what you hear and what you see is what you get. I'm not fake. So anybody that got a problem with what they're looking at, I don't give a shit. And I don't give a shit about any negative comments either. You know, maybe I do, but you know, I'm about to turn 50 years old. I'm so tired of giving a shit about negative assholes. So, you know, you want to waste your time on me, bring it on. You know, it sucks to be you if you waste your time on any negativity towards me. You know, as I've learned yesterday, 18 years still comes to an end. You know, there's no sense wasting time because you know he's gone and I can't get him back. But that being said, let's see where we're going first. Now I'm doing this in the way of everything's new. You know, I haven't looked at the stuff. Let's pretend that, okay, they just announced the thing. What did this say? Okay, behold, Ondarian, a splendid coastal kingdom where legacies are forged, scandals brew, and fables come to life. In this chapter of its storied history, Ondarian will crown a new monarch as family dynasties vie for the throne. The question you and your sim now have to ask, what role will we play in this story? And that is the question, because I don't know how that's going to affect my story. Oh, by the way, there's no windows in this room. And I have a wall right behind me, so I don't have a need to have a green screen and all that, so whatever. You know, maybe someday I'll get fancy with this thing, but first I want to make sure that my videos are working and the mic stops messing up. Now you know. Okay, in The Sims Royalty and Legacy Expansion Pack. Hold on, I'm going to fix my laptop. I keep on going over there to make sure that my other laptop is on live so that I'm not having such a delay. Sims can craft multi-generational lore through the new dynasty and nobility systems. Uncover and ignite shadowy scandals, encounter enchanted power shifts, and explore a world of intrigue, prestige, and scandal. Every decision matters, and even the smallest choice can quietly tip the balance of power. The Sims 4 Royalty and Legacy Expansion Pack launches today. You can learn about the Grand Bundle that I have. A world of possibilities, 3 vibrant regions or neighborhoods, shape Ondarian, each ruled by a powerful dynasty. With more on these families coming in our Meet the Sims article. Every region is steeped in historic charm, rich culture, and the occasional whisper of scandals. Okay, so that looks like a 64 lot that's already empty. I like that. We don't get enough of those. We've got a 50-50 over here with a big house on it, or something. We got a 50-50 down here with a big castle or something on it. Looks like we got some apartments. Some small lots, regular small lots, and we have a lounge. We have a bar over here. Looks like there's something new here. I can't tell what that is, but maybe it's might have a person with a sword on it. I don't know. It might be a dueling ground. Or maybe it's got, might be a sun and a moon. I don't know. I'm hoping that's a library right there, but I can't tell. Dambel is a community where the arts are cherished, and shared spaces such as the palace gardens and communal market embody its culture of generosity and togetherness. So that's the bottom one here. Vertimar, populated by heroic outlaws and cunning nobles, is as unpredictable as the sea that surrounds it. Okay, that is this one up here. Bellicord is defined by romance, opulence, and candlelit corners that invite illicit rendezvous. That's this. Okay. The back room lot, a new lot type, leads a double life. Oh, no, don't use that one. That was the one I was wiping my screen with the alcohol stuff on it. The end dust. Like I said, you're getting me raw, so channels where everybody's all in the comments about something. You show your face, show your face. Well, here you go. You're getting me whether you like it or not. You're gonna get me, I don't know. If I pick my nose or something, so be it. You know? This is my room. I do what I want in my room. I'm almost 50 years old. I'm gonna do whatever the frack I want. In Ondarian, Sims can reside in lavish palace-inspired estates and host resplendent grand balls. King or queen or whatever crowned at any one time. Unless I want to change that. Maybe I can have some thing where I claim that other towns are also kingdoms. I don't know. Or call somebody a governor instead of a king. Throughout this, that would be nice if they added some sort of thing like that. Something you can turn on or off. Don't force us to have it if we don't want it, but give us that option. Especially if you have a sim that goes through like a politician career or something. Like if they actually become the mayor or the governor. Like, make that real. Throughout this kingdom, power ships add fantasy, storybook twists to your royal tale. Sims may pull the legendary sword and stone, waltz into love at a magical ballroom dance in dazzling crystal slippers, woo a noble frog with unpredictable results, or consult the enchanted mirror to reveal hidden truths. Oh, okay, yeah, lots of stuff. Master the art of swordsmanship, a new skill. Duel for love, simoleons, career promotions, noble rivalries, and more with swordsmanship tournaments held at gazebos found throughout every neighborhood in Ondarian as a gold event, where opponents gather and players complete event tasks through deals. I just hope that's not something that keeps popping up asking, do you want to go? Do you want to go? Secret passageways are the kingdom's most mischievous shortcut. They let Sims teleport between connected passageways on their lot or any other lots in the world that they place or discover. That's big time, because I had a story where I was going to have one of those going between two lots, but you can't actually make it. But, there was a passageway from one basement to another. I can actually do that now. Add a secret passageway to a hallway, secluded courtyard, your secret lover's study, or your rival's residence for stolen moments, secret romances, and dramatic entrances no one saw coming. Beyond speeding up routing, secret passageways can unlock a new woohoo location and offer chances to uncover other Sim secrets. Sims can also tamper with the cuckoo clock located on the outside of the passageway, causing a mishap with the potential to trigger the newest dramatic demise, death by cuckoo malfunction. Even better if you're eating a bowl of cereal while you do it. Death by cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Alright. The Noble Career invites your sim into a storybook world of courtly intrigue, lavish pageantry, and dramatic power plays. From noble newcomer to kingdom leader, your sim can rise through the noble ranks and claim the throne as monarch of many kingdoms. Thanks, cross-pack play. journey. It's not just attending balls or wearing crowns. It's about choices, from punishing the offender who blocks a mailbox to siding with commoners, from earning favor through service to hosting extravagant events, and learning when to let the winds of fate or a power shift decide the outcome. Okay, please tell me that's not going to be a lot of pop-ups constantly. What do you want to do about this situation? What do you want to do about this situation? Well, this one needs to have a baby or else. Like, don't be making me do things. You know. And then there's, you know, like when the ones for the kids pop up or something, and it doesn't actually give you an option. It's like, this happened, and you can only click OK. Like, oh, great. Yeah, I really got to choose that one. Anyway, advance noble rankings by earning favor at court, forging powerful alliances, or pursuing bolder paths through clever schemes and strategic marriages. And yes, your sim spouse and children inherit those shiny titles, too. Power is scarce. Each kingdom can only have one true ruler. Your sims can rule through grand decrees, rousing speeches, and generous donations, or win over fellow nobles by collecting favor. A new two-sided resource earned through choices that appeal to either nobles or commoners. Power can breed rivalry, and the further you rise up the ranks, the more likely you will face noble rivals looking to taint your name and image. Convince them to abdicate or meet them blade to blade in a duel of swordsmanship. Diplomacy or chaos, it's your call. You won't be able to please everyone, and sometimes the kingdom remembers the slight longer than victory. Than the victory. And rivalry. Challenge a rival to a duel, extort secrets, or navigate a power shift that reshapes who rules and how favor shifts between commoners and royals. Whether your sim becomes a gracious monarch, a charismatic socialite, or a cunning climber powered by gossip, power demands attention. There are no fixed hours in this career. Performance hinges on completing royal duties each day. Neglecting those duties can quietly erode career performance until it's too late to recover. And power is never permanent. One misstep, a flirtation in the wrong hallway, an ill-placed insult, a heated duel, or a power shift can send influence skyrocketing or wipe it out overnight. Well, that's nice, but when this game has so many things where I'm not telling my sim to do something and they flirt with somebody, that's bull. You know, or I go to give somebody a normal kind of compliment and that's seen as a flirt. It's like, hey, I like your shoes. Oh, quit flirting with me. I don't like that. So they better have something where they've toned that down. Otherwise, that's going to cause problems, and I'm not going to want to play it. I mean, even Enjoy had that the other day. You know, they had the option to compliment somebody's hairstyle, and next thing you know, their boyfriend is bugging out, and like, God damn, you know, you can't compliment somebody's hairstyle without causing problems. Ondarian is where familial dynasties of all sorts rise and fall. Your sim can join one or start their own, and with the dynasty system, cross-pack play, they can shape their houses Excuse me, I already have this. Can you quit bothering me? They need to make it so that thing recognizes that you've got the stuff. Stop popping a thing up that you already know I've got. I mean, I'm sure it's annoying enough for people that don't have it, and whether they want to get it or not. But when you already have the thing, stop bugging me about it. Testing. Okay. New interaction. Wait, where are we at? They can shape their house's identity, defining values, appointing heirs, and creating lore future generations will brag or cry about. Any sim can become head of their own dynasty. They can cast someone out entirely, or designate someone as an outcast to stop them from damaging the dynasty's prestige. So I'd love for this to apply to my businesses. You know, like Gloria Downing being the head of her magazine, and you know, and fighting the rival magazines, and you know, that would be cool. I hope they make it possible to, you know, do that kind of stuff. Testing. Okay, so I did not hear myself say soap opera style. Anyway, if you didn't hear that, I meant, you know, what I mean is, if this was also like a soap opera style gameplay with somebody being the head of a company or a magazine or, you know, corporation, or, you know, not just crowns. Founding a dynasty puts your sim in charge of all the big decisions. Selecting a family crest, enforcing values, forming alliances, and even deciding who inherits and who's cast out. Prestige and unity track the success of your dynasty. Forge alliances, avoid scandals, and strategically grow influence across generations. New interactions like designate heir, designate outcast, usurp family headship, or expel a sim from a dynasty transform generational storytelling into active, playable moments. Every triumph and scandal ripples through the family tree, turning your house into a truly living, evolving legacy. Now, after I get through reading whatever pages I'm reading, we're also going to watch the trailers again. And then I will load my game and see if it works. Especially with the whatever patch thing they did earlier today. But beware, every secret affair, misstep, or rivalry could impact you have chosen. Family members may threaten to leave, or they might call another member to rebel against those values. Choose your dynasty wisely, for loyalty and ambition must be carefully balanced. In Ondarian, even hushed words can topple dynasty. With the new scandal system, cross-back play, yeah, okay. A quiet suspicion or rumor can erupt into a kingdom-shaking event. Scandals range from minor missteps, like defacing a monument, to explosive revelations involving forbidden romances, illegitimate heirs, or forging a family tree. The bigger the scandal, the more you'll notice its effect on the Sims around you. When a scandal comes to light, it can impact the Sim's relationships, career, and even dynasty prestige. How your Sim responds to a scandal is up to you. issue a public apology, deny the accusation online. They can even write a book about testing. So I probably I did not hear my say, oh, like a Judith Ward type thing. This microphone thing is starting to piss me off. Fractured alliances and climb the social ladder. NPCs can even seek atonement and ask for a noble pardon. Just be warned, making enemies is a quick way to get your own scandals exposed. Okay. Vacant throne and 3 regions. With the sovereign throne standing empty, Ondarian's future is uncertain. Across 3 distinct regions, powerful families scheme, scandals stir, and old rivalries refuse to stay buried. Whether you choose to rise the ranks as a noble or enjoy the simple life of a commoner, you'll want to know the neighbors and, more importantly, their secrets. Set your trunks aside and let's meet the Sims of Ondarian from the Sims 4 Royalty and Legacy expansion pack. Okay, so we got Vertimar with the House of Thebe and Abrantes. Oh, okay. We'll just the wrongs, which we keep getting mentioned in the event. House of Cap and the Montes, we've heard about them before from Sims 2. The Alto family. The great port of Vertimar is home to the Thebe family. By the way, about the event, the last update and the thing with the family trees and all that, and it's not like it's not working right and this and that. Part of what I assume is that when you get this pack, it's going to change all that again. Just because these Sims are going to be existing. And it might connect these Sims to Sims you've already been playing with. Like, like if Mortimer Goth was, by lore, connected to the Thebe family or something, well, now when you download this pack, it's probably going to change his family tree. I could be wrong about that, but I'm just thinking that by adding these Sims that had lore to them to your game and the new family tree thing, that it's probably going to change the family trees. Different than what that update did a few days ago. Again, I could be wrong about that, but I'm just thinking that that family tree thing was not done, and that adding this pack changes it again. It kind of reminds me of like when we got the playground equipment and stuff. Okay, well, that's nice, but you don't. It's like they gave us the playground lot, but that wasn't the same as buying Adventure Awaits and getting the playground equipment. You know, you had to buy the playground equipment to put on those playgrounds. So, the House of Thieves, Masters of the Open Sea. And I just want to say, before here, let me open something here. Okay, I don't want to click on that yet. So they've got like this whole family tree thing already mapped out on this wiki. Nope, that didn't work. Here, let me who did we mention? Who are we mentioning first? The Thebe family. All right, so let's see what it says for the Thebe family on here. Okay. So Vertimar is home to the Thebe family, a cunning, adventurous house known for mingling with Sims of all backgrounds, from nobles to outlaws alike. At its head sits Cordelia, the fifth of the House of Thebe. Okay. So that sim is not shown yet in our game. According to that, she's coming with this pack. All right. So they have gone in and been updating this family tree thing on the wiki. Anyway, a legendary navigator and direct descendant of Cordelia I. Like her ancestor, she is an intrepid seafaring socialite with a taste for lavish gatherings, amassed riches, and complicated affairs. Cordelia I famously took not one, not two, but 4 pirate lovers. From 2 of these unions came children, a legacy that helped shape Vertimar's cosmopolitan spirit. The Abrantes family, ambition beneath devotion. Sorry. I ended up getting a little more sleep today, but still, you know. Let's not go into that again. Cordelia's husband, Diego Abrantes, is a devoted partner who loves her not for her status, but for who she is. Okay. While he enjoys the comforts of noble life, he has little interest in pursuing the unifying crown, and is content with the world they share, a peace that may endure or erode should he learn of Cordelia's secret. Thiago's mother, Ermelinda Abrantes, is far less content. Power hungry and disdainful of Cordelia, she will stop at nothing to see the crown placed upon her son's head. Her teenage daughter, Sophia Abrantes, is capable, outgoing, and fiercely loyal to Thiago. Aware of Cordelia's infidelity, Sophia is still weighing how or if to use this knowledge. Okay. Separate from the family's inner circle is Fia Acosta. And again, the freaking microphone's not working. Testing. Dembell, art, community, and quiet ambition through Dembell values. Though Dembell values community and the arts over the wealth and material excess prized by its neighbors, the same familial secrets found throughout Ondarian still whisper through its charming and power. The prominent dynasty in this regal neighborhood belongs to the wrong family. Austere traditionalists who see themselves as the philanthropic guardians of their people. The recent retired Grand Duke Adekoya Durong sits atop the family tree and hopes his adult daughter, Jawara, will campaign for the Ondarian throne on behalf of the entire family. An ambition she, the Grand Duchess of Dembell, openly shares. The next generation of Dembell, Jawara has 2 children of her own. Daughter Amarachi, an artsy teenager who actively champions Dembell's artistic traditions, and son Obi, a child genius whose scholarly talents rival, if not surpass, those of his grandfather, and, he sucks at training Jedi. Oh, wait, that's not. So you can have somebody named Obi doing a sword duel. Yay, Obi. Obi, the other one. Though Jawara currently lacks a part wants to kiss her, damn it. Jeez. Why you gotta be so rude? Oh, never mind. The Inanu family. Artists and tricksters. Joy. A visit to Dembell would be incomplete without a stop at the Zanbira market, where you're likely to encounter the elder artist Akin Ananu, selling his handmade crafts. He's good-hearted, but a bit mischievous, so only engage if you fancy a joke or trick. Akin is also the guardian of his granddaughter, Afua. Though her mother has passed, her father, unbeknownst to her, still lives in Dembell. He just so happens to be the patriarch of the Durong dynasty, a secret he, Adekoya, and Akin have agreed to keep at the mother's request to shield her from the noble pressures. Oh. What about that thing where she takes her gloves off and everything becomes icicles? Oh. House of Cat. Power, tradition, and decadence. Oh, wait. Neighboring its namesake lake, Belcourt is a land steeped in chivalry and knighthood that has since become a place draped in excess as the wealthy and noble parade their opulence. House Cat, power, tradition, and decadence. No family embodies this contradiction more fully than the Caps. At the head of the house is Tybalt Cap, a man enthralled by noble life, and the relentless drive to gain more power. Though he openly vies for the crown, his more immediate ambition is to marry his 3 adult children into status-cementing unions, all in service of the dynasty. The cap heirs, a fractured line. The cap heirs reflect Bellicord's internal fractures. Beatrice cap. Oh, great, we got another Beatrice. The eldest and heir apparent is admired for her composure, style, and grace, though often perceived as aloof, even by high society standards. She secretly longs for deeper, more meaningful connections. Celeste, the middle child, reveres the ideals of chivalry but rejects her father's crude materialism. Virgilio, the youngest, is openly rebellious, disdainful of noble life, and in quieter circles, his name is murmured in connection with the defacing of the great Bellicord statue. Haunting Bellicord's halls is Consort Cap, Tybalt's grandfather and former Grand Duke turned ghost. A staunch traditionalist who credits himself for much of the region's prosperity. Consort wanders the town in visible disdain of his descendants' decadence. The Monty family loves scandal and rivalry. Rivals to the Caps are the Montys. Juliet Monty, formerly a Cap, Tybalt's disowned sister, and this is a Romeo and Juliet thing that they already played on in the previous, in like Sims 2. Tybalt's disowned sister engulfed the family in scandal when she eloped with a commoner, Romeo Monty. Though Romeo, an easygoing chef, he's a chef, wow, is happy with his piece of the pie, Juliet quietly nurses resentment towards her brother and the nobility she lost. Their teenage son, Dante, is a good-natured goofball who sees beyond the rivalry and maintains a close secret friendship with his cousin Celeste. Marriage as a shortcut to status. For those seeking a faster path to nobility, marriage can offer a tempting shortcut, though not without its trials. Enzo Alto, a noble bachelor and cousin of Holly Alto from Get Famous, offers such an opportunity. The perks are royal. His personality, not so much. Across Vertimar, Dambel, and Bellicord, alliances can be forged, secrets exposed, and legacies rewritten. Will your Sims uphold tradition, spark rebellion, or claim the crown for themselves? In Orndarian, every family has a story, and every story is yours to shape. Blah, 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 blah. Right? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Okay. That's today. This is today. This is the other day. Creator lots. Abronte Estates. Okay. We're just going to briefly look at these. Rocco. So those are probably the 250 by 50 lots. This might be one of them here. Bellicord. Okay. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, so it's a library and a nightclub. That's different. So that's using the back room tool. Cool. So that's one way to you can have two community lots on the same lot now. That's one way to get people to come to one lot. You know, like I don't know if you can do that like community lot and business on the same thing, but like if I want to run a salon, I could have like a spa and a library on the same lot. And then you got the people coming to the spa and also the kids that will come to a library. Or a spa and clothing store. Thrift store and salon. You know, I'm going to play with that. That's important to me. That's like if I want to do the like Gloria's fashion school and a art museum on the same lot. You know, or some sort of school with something else. Yeah, I'm very interested in that. If I'm able to do a business lot on the same lot as something else, that would help. I mean, if you could somehow have one half be a retail business and then have the other be a business and hobbies business and see how that works out, that would be cool. I doubt it. I doubt they did that, but okay, so we got some new recipes. We have a puff puff and palm nut soup. Okay, so ice mun mun. Made the agusi soup, contamar soup, palm nut soup, and a panna cotta. All right. We have a puff puff, a bolanos de bacalhau, how Portuguese made of. Oh, it's got potatoes in it. Sorry. And cod and eggs and okay. Interesting little fish ball. It's a fish and chips ball with eggs. The eggs are probably what hold it together. You know, you need your binder. Parsley, onion, and hint of nutmeg. So it's a cod fritter. Yeah. Pastel de nata. I bet you if I scroll, it tells what these are. Okay, they're custard tarts, with egg and custard and yeah. All right. What's crab linguine? I don't know. Testing. I'd almost like to reload my computer to see if that helps anything, but not ideal to do that in the middle of a stream, because then you have to start another episode. Okay, so this is today they posted this. Hello, Simmers. Allure here. Our Sims have gotten up to all kinds of mischief, and we wanted to find a way to make sure their misadventures felt meaningful. To do this, we created the Scandal system, tracking and creating drama, as well as giving you all new ways to play. Nope, nothing new there. Say your Sims are feeling a little scandalous and decide to woohoo in public. Now when they do, they will gain a new secret. This gets added to their notebook, and in there you can see what the secret is about. Any Sims who are complicit, and how long until it fades into obscurity. All sorts of Sims drama can now be tracked as secrets, and if your Sims are anything like mine, they get up to plenty of mischief. So the notebook is a great place to keep track of what your Sim is hiding at any time. Enjoy. If any other Sims are nearby when it all goes down, they will also learn that secret, and it's added to their notebook under Other Sim Secrets, which can lead to some complications down the line for your frisky Sims who enjoy a little PDA. Public display of affection, for those who don't know that. Spoiler alert, if you're feeling curious, there are a few secrets listed at the end of this article. Being the center of attention isn't for everyone, and maybe your Sim prefers to be in the know about everyone else's business. To learn a secret, you'll first have to get your Sim out to meet other Sims and find the perfect victim. Once you have a target, your Sim can ask mutual friends for secrets about them, get on the computer, and under the Scandals Pie menu, you can see if the info broker will sell you their secrets. At level 2 programming skill, you can hack for secrets about them. Use the enchanted mirror to uncover secrets about a specific sim through more mystical means. There are a couple of ways secrets can come into play. They can come directly from a sim's actions, like woohooing in public, having a secret child, or even from a sim's bladder failure. If a secret like this already exists, and your sim investigates that sim, they'll find out their secret. For when you want a little added intrigue in the game, there are also secrets the game generates. You'll get a prompt that comes in the form of gossip about another sim. You decide whether these suspicions are true or not. Choosing to believe the prompt turns it into a secret and very real consequences for that sim. New relationship forming, including affairs. A sim accused of kissing frogs could find new frogs in their inventory. And sometimes a sim may even die. God damn it. I don't need that crap happening to my people that don't die. You know, I'm going to have to... I'm not going to have to, but just in case, I need to make sure everybody's got some ambrosia in their pocket. No fear, you'll always get warnings before anything permanent happens. Take a moment to read through and decide if you are ready for the fallout. If you choose not to believe it, select no on the prompt. Nothing changes. Okay, so I can just say no, we're not doing that. The power is yours. Once you've collected a secret, either on your sim or about another sim, there are a few different things you can do with them. Burying it. Sometimes things happen, and that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean your sim should have to keep looking over their shoulder. If you want the peace of mind that nobody will ever find out your sim's little secret, the info broker on the computer is always happy to make sure the gossip mill stays focused elsewhere. Testing. Testing 2. Alright, let me try this. Testing. Okay, can I tell it to not do that? Because I'm thinking that maybe something like that is messing up my system. Alright. I need to warm up my coffee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if somebody's coming to the door or not. They might have my delivery. Okay, well, hey there, Jen. Okay, testing. Is my microphone working? Yeah, okay, the microphone is working. Hello, Jen. Welcome to, wrong thing. We want to turn that off. Welcome to the unboxing. I am still in the reading phase. I started from, I just basically been reading through this stuff, then we'll watch the trailers again, and then I will see if my game loads with the new packs and kits and all that. So we were reading about the secrets. Yeah, yesterday, look the day I was having, the turning point that it was, I felt like being real yesterday, even more so. So it's there. For those who are not aware, I will, I know I don't know how well your eyesight is, but, yesterday was the day. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, here it is. So, yesterday when I did my stream until like 4 o'clock in the morning. Not this morning, but the previous morning. And I went to bed. And around 10 o'clock, he was sitting up and making a growly, gurgly breathing noise for a while. And I had to start looking up where I can take him. And thankfully there was a Facebook post from a local group where somebody had recently asked the question I was looking for, like what vets can you go to, who does what, you gotta, do they give you something back, and somebody had commented on somebody else's post from 9 days ago and had the price and the price for both the putting to sleep and getting him back with the paw print and all that. And it was 375 total. And by 1 o'clock or so, I knew for sure, because he came over to me and he put his face on my leg. And he hasn't wanted to sit on me or any of that in ages. So he was telling me. And I made the appointment, drove testing 2. Yeah. I have to leave this open because it keeps cutting out on me. Anyway, the place I ended up going to, they have not only a main building, but they also have an emergency building. So I got in there. It was around probably 2:05 when I got in there. Yep. And they weighed him. He weighed 7 pounds. Exactly. Well, actually, I weighed him. I put him down on the scale. And then they took him to put the IV in and came back and said his heart rate was already too low to even bother. He was already going. Scam likely. So I held him and let him go. And I came home and I decided I don't care about whether I'm using my camera or not. You know? I mean, what does it matter unless some a-hole wants to start trouble? So, there I am. Can't be much more real than this. I mean, I'm comforted knowing that he was going to go. Yesterday was the day he was going. I didn't take him in there, and, it wasn't too early. He didn't have, months to go, or... There's no guessing about it. He was going. They didn't give him anything. So that's what happened. Leave it alone. Just leave it alone. In case anybody else wants to know. So anyway, we're unboxing stuff, so to speak. Well, pretty much everything was at home, because I've moved with him twice. The story of him, of course I told it yesterday, but I live in Michigan. I live north of Detroit. At that time, 18 years ago, I was still living down by 8 Mile. The dog I had at the time. Let's go into the pictures. I made the thing for the pictures yesterday, so. Just so anybody knows, that first picture there, if anybody can see that, he was still alive in that picture. It's not the best picture, but he was still alive. it's not a nice picture to show everybody. I didn't use it for my little thumbnail type thing for here, Facebook, but I almost did. I didn't think anybody would want to see him with his tongue hanging out like that. But, where'd they go? Oh, there they are. There's, yeah, this one and this one. So these pictures, well, at the time, this picture here is from 1998 or 1999. That's his brother Peter. I had Peter for 19 and a half years. I took him for his visit in June of 2010 when he was 19 and a half. So 2 years earlier, my brother had around the time that my dad was passing. Well, my dad passed in November of 2007. And right before that, my brother had gotten a cat and then gotten a dog, and he was living with my dad at the time. And at that time, well, I had Peter, and I think we still had the cat. I don't remember for sure. Actually, maybe the cat was gone already. I don't remember if we had the cat while my niece was alive, but after my niece was born or not. But this was Peter. I had him for 19 and a half years. And I had heard over the years, well, like I listened to that Delilah show on the radio occasionally. And back around then, I appreciate that. And, hugs to you as well. And I know Freebird, her family's going through that right before mine happened. Tried not to say anything because I knew she was dealing with it. This was him with crusty eyes and all. This was the Christmas of 2008. We had come up to where we eventually moved into a few months later for Christmas and brought him with us because we didn't want to leave him at home. And we may or may not have brought Buddy with us. I don't remember, but I took this picture of Peter. So that was Christmas of 2008, and we moved to that house in March of 2009. So a year later. So his birthday was around November. So at that time, he would have been 17. Or, no, just turned 18. He had just turned 18. But I had heard on Delilah and stuff that if you know you're about to lose your pet, try to get another one now. Not only for you, but for them to have a companion. Well, he's actually bigger than Buddy got. You'll be able to see how big he is when I show the next picture. Okay, that was cutting out a little bit there. Yeah, he was actually bigger than Buddy, and we'll see that when I show the next picture with how big I was. So, as you can see, Buddy was kind of small, and Peter was, Cocker Spaniel size. He was either Cocker or English Springer mixed with Lhasa Apso. I apologize if I wipe my nose and stuff with my hand. I got, with the way my nose shaped and all that, being born with cleft palate and lip and all that, I've had to deal with my sinuses all my life, and it's not like I carry a hanky. So, I use whatever I got. But that was my brother's big dog Killian that he had just got a couple months earlier. And then Buddy. And by this time we had Buddy 3 months, 4 months. January 25th, so 3 days later it would have been 4 months. Or, no, 3 months. 3 months. 1 plus 3. And that's me when I was probably my biggest. I might be that big again. I don't know, because I haven't weighed myself since I was smaller 3 years ago. Well, the scale's not in the bathroom anymore where it was. So I need to get to like Salvation Army. When I say Salvation Army, I mean I need to get to a thrift store and get a scale. But it's got to be one that'll work with my big butt and not break. This was May of 2006. That was my niece. That was... I was in the middle of my 9 years of not having a job, not knowing what the hell to do with my life. And at the very least, that happened. Because I haven't had any kids. But But the first day we got him, the story. My brother was helping me look online, Pet Finder and all that, trying to find a dog and I was looking at spaniels and stuff again, and he was just looking in general, and so this rescue in Ohio goes around to the kill shelters and tries to get them on the days they're sentenced to go. And apparently, this dog here, who was named Spike, they got him on the day he was gonna be put down. And then my brother found their listing, and they drove him. Here, let's, well, that don't help. We gotta go over here. Because looking it up on my other laptop ain't gonna help anything. Let me just, I'll type a city that's not where I live. So, I live somewhere in this area, and 8 Mile is down in this area. So those people from Ohio, I don't know where they were, but they drove him all the way up here, and then somewhere over in this area here, they met my brother at a Burger King, and he then drove the dog over this way. Oh, okay, you're, yeah. I haven't really been on Facebook that much lately anyway, because until yesterday's post, I was trying not to post on there because people are always, are you still doing hair? Are you still doing hair? And I don't want to get political about it, but no, I'm not. I'm full-time at a grocery store. And until this world changes for the positive, I'm not going to be doing hair. And that's a short answer. But I had to say, first off, I'm not doing hair anywhere, please don't ask, and then went into the stuff about my dog and showed that thumbnail picture thing. But yeah, they brought him up here. My brother brought him to us, and then he went in the backyard, and my brother's like, "What are we gonna name him?" I'm like, I don't really want to name. I don't really like Spike. I don't want to call him Spike. And my brother's like, "Well, what about Radar? He's got like radar dish ears." But see, my brother doesn't live with me. It wasn't so much for people in my chair, but I worked with the other two or possibly 3 people I worked with were, let me just say this, I'm not a Trump supporter, and they were. And having to be in that place and stay silent while every day they'd have their clients in their chairs spouting off this, that, and the other about what kind of commercials annoy them and what they're doing in the schools and blah, blah, blah. I had to get away from that. And because I realized by reading Facebook that some of my clients I considered friends also lean that way, I'm just done with it. I don't, the area where my salon is that I worked in, has a lot of people that are not necessarily seen as the homegrown Americans. So I don't want to be anywhere where people in SWAT gear are going to come in and just take my client out of my chair for being a different color, because that's what it is. And I don't know how long it's going to take before, I'm not from America. My family came from Poland way back when. We know, from based on one of his recent posts, Trump doesn't like Poland. He wants to let Putin have it. So don't think you're not next, no matter where you come from. But that's enough of saying that stuff. But that's why I'm not doing hair. I don't want to have to talk about it with people that I don't agree with. And if you're the other side, I wish you wouldn't be here. Yeah. So, yeah, he came here and it was snowy, and he went out in the back there and he was poking his face in the ground. Like, he's probing for something. Like, oh, your dog pooped under that spot. The snow's covered it. He still did that. That's the problem I had with him recently, is he would go out there and he'd get too busy looking and probing for the other dog's spots that his legs would get frozen, and then he can't do what he's supposed to do. But yeah, my brother was like, how about radar? But the thing is, my brother doesn't live with me. I'm the one that's got to call out the back door for the dog to come in. What do I want to be shouting? I was already Peter, come in, but I didn't want to say Spike. I didn't want to say radar. Radar, radar from MASH. I don't want that. And Spike, no, I don't want Spike. But I got to thinking about it. The cat that we had, my brother had named the litters of the kittens. The first litter were named after Simpsons characters, Homer and Marge. Then there was a litter of 4, and he named them after the Married with Children people, Al, Peg, and might have been a Bud and Kelly. I think that's their names. Anyway, we kept Al. After all was said and done with all the cats we had, we kept Al. My mom called him Baby. I called him Fluffy because he had fluffy fur. The yellowish, light yellow fluff and light yellow and white fluff. Like Peter. But over the years, I just got to the point where I was just calling him Cat or Kitty. Kitty, come here. So I wanted something like that because, at some point I'm just going to be, come here, dog. Come here, dog. Hey, buddy, come here, So I might as well just name him Buddy. I'm going to be saying it anyway. Hey, Daniel. Welcome to the stream. And I got to thinking about it, that thing that I said about getting a companion dog now before the other one's gone. Well, his full name is Peter's buddy. And they didn't really, it became more like, hi, I'm the new dog. Get Chewbacca out of my way. It reminded me of the Princess Leia thing. You get this walking carpet out of my way. I'm trying to get to my food dish. And then when we moved to the other house, a couple months later, it was these two were the friends, and Peter was just the third wheel somewhere. That's my brother's dog, Tila. After we moved to this house we're currently in, she was also she was about the same age as him. They literally had gotten her like 2 months before I got Buddy. So they were the same age. They still are, but about 2 years ago or so, she was helped. Yeah, that's Tila and Buddy. They were best friends, I guess. They didn't. She was neutered. She was fixed. He wasn't. But she wasn't gonna have any of that. She'd have kicked his butt if he kept sniffing around back there. Unlike the Saint Bernard, who just sits down, and if he wanted to, if he could get in there, he could have. Can you imagine, Saint Bernard and little Chihuahua dachshund puppies, especially if it came out with a dachshund head, but had like the big Saint Bernard body, or I mean a Chihuahua head and then an extra long Saint Bernard body. Somehow they're already extra long. I don't know. Instead of a barrel of was it brandy, have a barrel of tequila. Half a barrel of tequila and half a stein of beer. But yeah, this was at some point between 2009 and 2020. If I had to guess, this would be after 2014, because it was after I had moved back, because I was temporarily out on my own with other people for about 4 months in 2014. And then that fell through and I ended up crawling back. Let me see here. Anyway, that's that. And then my niece got a cat back in 2014. Back then it liked to bite. That's I've never had an Oreo eat me before until then. And then soon after, he was looking at me, and she decided to have a snack. Poor thing. I didn't know she was about to bite him, but. Thank you, Daniel. And he's like, "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you biting me?" It's like, you've heard the thing about why you climb a mountain, right? And there they are sitting on the couch at the other house. There's all three of them. One here, Buddy here, cat there. And then, unless I open this one, I can't tell that it's what it is. But it's like, because I keep thinking this is the top of the couch, but nope. Here's Buddy looking out the window with her. I think I put him up here. I don't remember him jumping up here, but we lived on a main road where the cars would go by, posted 40, but going 45 or more. So they were, between the birds and the squirrels and traffic, there was a lot of people that would walk by too, because we live near bike trails and stuff, and a big park with trails. There's the I don't know how the hell she didn't just slide off of there, but she didn't. Just enough friction to keep her from going. Okay, I don't know if I downloaded all of them or not. I was saving these from like my Facebook and stuff. Because otherwise I got to go into my Facebook to show them to you. And the whole thing with freaking real names showing and crap. There she is with a blanket on top of her. I don't know how that happened, but she's in there. It's an Oreo burrito. I know that Mexican company took over Nabisco, but I didn't know they were going to make Oreo burritos. Maybe that's an ice cream version. But they did, once in a while I think the dog was already laying there and the cat decided to lay near him. Because if it was the other way around, the cat when he jumped up there, she would have ran. Same with this. He was already laying here and she, you know. But that's the thing about him. That's one reason why I probably can't have another dog. He was like having a cat. I could leave him in this room with the door shut, and he would just be in here. He'd be fine. You know, I could sleep in this bed with him between my legs and the wall and not have to worry about crushing him. Thankfully, I don't turn over like that. Main problem I had was when I would go to sit down, if he had moved to where I was usually sitting, I did almost squash him a few times with you saw how big I am. You know, even when I'm not that big, I'm still big. Testing 2. Okay. Thank you. Anyway, I was talking about how much of a water tank he is. He would hold it in and be able to hold it for 8 hours. And then, you know, he would go down here on the pad, take him upstairs. He'd go more right away out there. Then a few minutes later, be going again on the spots, other dog spots. It's like, how do you hold that? When I'm ready, God will send me another if I can have one. Rosie was your world, and you lost Bella, and Jack came in your world, and Jasmine and Sally, and lots of kittens. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning yesterday was I've never not had a dog in my life. Cats have come and gone. We got my first cat probably when I was around 3 or 4. Probably around 4. There was another cat that I might have known when I was a baby, but I don't remember that. And that cat got out the door, and, well, our side street's kind of busy, and, well, it didn't work. But that cat was the type that would go out the door and come back weeks later with a chunk of ear missing, and then one day he didn't come back. Names that could be either or. So the cat that we named Henrietta became Henry. And then a few years later, we got Charlie. Well, that was Charlene. She had all the litters. Well, we had her, and then soon after we testing. It's really annoying. Anyway, so yeah, we kept naming the cats. My mom was like, "Okay, we can get another cat, but I don't want litters." And so we had we had Henrietta, who became Henry. We had Charlie, who was supposed to be a male, who was then Charlene. And then while we had Charlie, the idea was we're going to get another female cat. Maxine. Nope, just Max. And then the litters came. And then those were the litters where my brother started naming them, and out of that first litter, we kept Homer. We had a Homer and a Marge. Max was Snow White. Charlie was kind of like this Tila dog, this brindle. Like what is it, a Maine Coon? I didn't know that what cats were called back then, but the gray Maine Coonish color. But Homer was Snow White like his dad, and then Marge was Snow White but had like gray ears. We kept Homer. Max ran out the door. Marge was adopted. But before Max ran out the door, he left another present. That litter had 4 kittens. That had Al and Peg, and and then still having not fixed any of them. A while later, it's assumed, I think it was Homer, ended up having, somebody had some fun with Mama. And a third litter came that I don't remember if we even gave them names, but One day I came home from school and the only cat left in the house was Al, or Fluffy. My mom claimed that she had taken them to a senior home to let them have cats. But I have no clue what they actually did, because my stepdad was a bit of an a-hole. He could, for all I know, he could have taken them and thrown them on the side of a road. He probably didn't, but that's how I felt about him at the time. That he could have done such a thing. Or just taken him to the shelter or whatever, but... But at that time, all we had left was Peter and Al, or Fluffy. That hurt because I had told Max he was my best friend. And he ran out the door on me. And then I told Homer he was my best friend. And they got rid of him. So I've learned over the years not to tell my pets they're my best friend. At least not when somebody else has control over them. But anyway. This was a few years ago. That's a St. Bernard puppy. This was another similar situation where somebody had gotten this puppy and they had then surrendered him because it was going to be too much for them, or whatever the case may be. And wherever this dog was, it was going to go. It was somewhere where it was going to be let go. And my sister-in-law found that and took her. So this is Aria. Testing 2. Okay. So that's about 6 years. She's about 6 now. And there she is with Loki. So that's Aria and Loki, the golden retriever. The dog of mischief. Oh, that's cool. Cool to see Freebird. Oh. Unless she plans on doing something evil, then that's not so cool. But who can never expect that? Anybody could do something evil, right? Well, for the first year of his life, at least until he got fixed, when I would come in the door, my sleeve was his. And my coat that I kept, that was my dad's, with his railroad company name. My dad worked for Conrail and then Norfolk Southern. And it was one of his Conrail coats. I still wear it as my winter coat, but the arms are all exposed and the cotton and everything or whatever is exposed. And now it's got buddy stains all over it, because that's what I would wear to take him outside. And but anyway, yeah, I was his chew toy. You know, now it's, you come home and he goes and either gets a pillow off the couch or a shoe, or he'll go get one of his toys. Well, now that I'm not needing to wear a protective outer covering, I mean, it's, yeah. Yeah, I'll find something. Maybe if I go to the store tomorrow or something from online, I don't know. At some point I need to go get some socks. So if they have coats, now's not really the good season to be buying winter coats, because hello, you pay through the nose when it's during the season. That's always been the secret. You shop off season to get the deals. Chances are I'll be on Amazon, because between that and wanting to get some pants and stock up, you know. My problem is I was buying from Kmart, because, you know, I'm in Michigan. Kmart was local. And I tried to go there instead of going to Walmart. Now I try to go to Meijer, which is also Michigan local. You know, it's kind of expanded to like 5 or 6 states now, but it started in Michigan. But the last time I went to get pants, you know, I got to get 4630s, and there's only a few options for that. And when I do find them, I like the khaki materials, and, you know, I ended up with, they were stretchy. They got like jean material, but they were stretchy like khaki or something else. But the pockets aren't as big as those other pants. And then they don't want to stay up even with my belt on. So I need to replace them. And now that, you know, my credit cards have decided to help me out a little bit. You know, it's like, oh, surprise, your credit limit increased. Okay, thank you. Well, I mean, what helps is since I'm not doing hair, I paid off the hair product store credit cards, and the other credit cards are like, oh, hey, your credit your credit score is improved. Let's give you some more money to spend. Which came in handy yesterday. You know, but anyway. So there they are. This is the problems I had with Loki. As a puppy, he was already the size of my dog. And it was only a few weeks later that he was bigger than my dog. And it wasn't just wiggle or butt and sniff at him, it's trample him. So I couldn't let my dog run loose if Loki is loose, because he will run out there and basically tackle him, trying to just sniff him. I mean, this is one thing, hey, get away from my butt. But when the dog is now, when he stands up, he can fit Buddy all the way underneath him. Now, the St. Bernard's a gentle giant and just would go out there and sniff Buddy, and they were friends. But this one is a pain in the butt. So that problem is not present anymore. But to put it simply and not harp on it too much. That's when I realized how big a St. Bernard is. When Arya started getting big and it was making Tila look small. And then Loki came along and Loki got bigger than her. She's part Mastiff, but she didn't get big like one. But they dwarfed her. But again, it's testing. Okay, well, that keeps shutting off on its own. So that's part of the problem. Streamlabs is having issues. I don't know. It's just, I don't know if it's. I mean, I had the Microsoft Windows update yesterday, and that could have been the cause of this problem. But is it because I added the camera? So it's like, I don't want to blame the camera, but maybe the camera's doing something. It's like I could try restarting a computer, but guess what? That's the end of this episode. So we'll cross that bridge when I remember it. To anybody who is tuning in to see this royal stuff, I apologize for the sidetrack. But, you know. But we're busy. Right? Yeah, we're busy. This was at the old house after I had gotten... When I came back from living somewhere else for 4 months, I ended up in the basement with him. So that was my second basement. So that's probably around 2015 or after. This was before then, when I was still upstairs with him. I just happened to have I'm assuming it was my regular camera, or maybe, I think I probably had just my digital at the time, because I didn't get a cell phone. Well, actually, I might have had my first cell phone at the time. But anyway, I just happened to look over and he was looking like that, so I took his picture. It's like, you know, I might as well. I missed. I meant to scratch. Hey, Potato. Well, you're, I'm not eating at the moment, but I almost was eating. I apologize, but if I don't eat it, it's going to go in the garbage. But somebody's got to eat my potato salad. And testing too. So what it is like, there's a delay from my saying something and then seeing it on my laptop over here and hearing it. But there's the issue with every time I go to listen to it, there's the stream is no longer live, so I gotta keep clicking live over here. And then I gotta say something again to see if I just missed it. And then I gotta faff around with it when I know I'm not hearing it. So Windows had an update yesterday, and I don't know if that messed with my microphone or not. But I've been having to do this constantly yesterday and today. Okay, so because I wasn't sure if it had to do with just the microphone or if it had to do with the fact that yesterday I decided to turn my camera on. So I assumed it was the update. But yes, if for some reason it stops, I don't have any of my AIs turned on. So, like there's that like a little co-pilot thing up there. I'm not. Hey, co-pilot, if you're listening, turn yourself off forever. Thank you. Same for you, Gemini. Turn yourself off forever. Unless I say to turn back on. And if somehow Alexa's listening, or Siri, or... I want you to hibernate. You know that word, hibernate? As in, go to sleep. Okay. But yes, they can be helpful at some point if I Google it, but... Here, you know what? While we're at it, Windows Update Micro. Let's see, Device Manager? Okay, well, we did that, but, testing. Hey, Freebird. Welcome to, my, there's my schnoz. And my fancy green screen back there. It's called a wall. You know, I say I'm a cave troll. Well, this is a cave. There's no windows in here, so day or night, if I don't have a light on, it's gonna be like this. Just so note, my microphone is having issues after the update, so if it cuts out, well, I am aware that it's doing it. Just let me know, you know, if you're not hearing it, because sometimes there's a delay. You can hear me fine. And at the moment. I mean, I'm hearing me, so, but still. Let me try. And there it goes. Yeah. Oh, now it's back. I don't know. I give up. I don't actually give up, but I give up. So, without going into everything again, I mean, unless you want to see me sobbing. Again. Yes, please say the words I'm saying. Freaking, you know, it's like, not only is it, testing. Yeah, it won't stay live on my other laptop. So, I got that problem there. So, it's even more delayed when the microphone's not working. So, not to quote dogpile on the bad news for some people, because I know Freebird is dealing with that, but the bottom line is it did happen. So, you know, I got him to the vet just in time to find out that his heart was already weak enough to where they didn't even bother with the IV and giving him anything. So that was the day he was going to go. And I at least got him there. And it didn't happen here. And I don't have to feel guilty about not taking him when it really was his time. I mean, I took my vacation this week because I knew it was coming. And I didn't know how long I would have. So I can be home today, the day after, and not deal with work and but because I'm definitely not ready for that. But I knew, so I was as ready as I was going to be. But, you know, how did I get 2 dogs in a row that lived 18 plus years? But I did. I feel so bad for the people that didn't get that long, but I'm thankful for whatever time you did get. But, you know, 2 dogs that could have voted. And then Peter, he was old enough to drink in Canada. You know, it just, you know. But, you know, there's still the things that I have to do. You know, like bag up those pads on the floor. You know, I might have put his food in the garbage. I don't remember. Yeah, but just I'm glad I had my vacation because I was here. You know, when he came over yesterday and put his head on my lap, my leg, and he hasn't wanted to sit on me or anything in a long time. But I knew. Yes, they are. When I would do my house calls and such, you know, I was so thankful that for doing hair. I know that was one of the things that I prided myself on, that, you know, for the most part, you don't have to lock your dog up with me. They'll probably like me. You know, I go to the family reunion and look for the dog. You know, it's like I how's it going, Robert? Yeah. While I'm looking for the dog to pet, or already petting it, and then it would go running off, and I'm like, well, let's get it the next time it comes around. I did the same thing when I was at my girlfriend's family's houses. You know, I'd be reaching down trying to get the dogs to come to my chair. And, you know, they took notice of that. And then, funnily enough, I had gotten Christmas presents for her family, or gift cards or something, just on the off chance that somebody was going to get me something, and turns out they all did, including the cousin that I forgot to get something for. And they had gotten me some sort of mug about, you know, liking pets or something, or, you know, alrighty. But it's like that they had that, and like a Santa plate with like cookies or something on it. You know. I wonder if I still, you know what, bear with me a moment, folks. I'm going to see if I got that mug sitting on my shelf over there or something. Shouldn't take too long. Hopefully you're able to hear that, because I took my headphones off. Found it. Testing. Um. Well, it says, I prefer dogs over people. And it has a red paw print. So yeah, they took notice that I was constantly petting the dogs. to get your memorials and all that. Because that, you know, I'm an animal person. They've never judged me like that, you know. It just, you know, hey, it's you. And there he is. He's Spike Radar Peter's buddy. You know, we rescued him and he rescued me. So anyway, now that everybody knows, or at least the usual suspects, I know not everybody cares about this, but I have not loaded the new stuff yet. Because I was going through these things. Thank you. And to you as well, for you and your family that dealing with Loki, is it? Because you know, from oh yeah, this Loki, the golden dog of mischief. Testing. That it came back on its own that time. So it's been doing that too. That's why it's like, you know. But yeah, that's Arya the Saint Bernard and Loki the Golden Retriever. They're still upstairs. But it's not something I like doing when other people are home. But maybe when I don't know. At some point, I've got to get this room. Loki fetches things I don't want him fetching, so nothing on the floor in this room is safe. Be it my socks, my shoes, paper plates, because I used to have paper plates on the floor to give him stuff when he would be on the floor. I would feed him his food, his dog food on a paper plate. Well, they're not wrong in calling them golden retrievers. You don't even you walk in the door, he gets a little bit of petting, and then he goes looking for something to bring to you, but you can't have it. He just wants to show you that he's proud that he went and got it and it's his. So there he stands with a shoe or a pillow or something in his mouth. Hi, I've got this. I went and got it for you, but I'll keep it. His first year, as I was telling Jen, before he got fixed and a little older, he was retrieving me. I would walk in the door, and he'd be tugging at my right sleeve, and literally like ripped up my coat, and ripped up the hoodie that I used to wear that was also my dad's. You know, it's like, he doesn't do that anymore. Now he just goes for the pillow or whatever. You know, so he was basically like one tug away from ripping the sleeve off the coat. You know. But all the filling is exposed. It's literally Swiss cheese. That sleeve is literally Swiss cheese. So, yeah. Oh, and if anybody missed it, this was May of 20 years ago in May. Geez, she's gonna not even be a teenager anymore. I mean, you know, once they hit 20. Oh, one of my favorite pictures. That's Peter. My Spaniel Lhasa Apso mix. He's the one that lived in 19 and a half. Kind of like the baby. The baby has lived to 19 and a half. So far. That's, kind of ironic. Oh, that's fine. The main thing is, am I quiet? Okay, not at the moment. Not yet. I had other versions of these. I liked using this one. Oh, the teacher moments. The things to do. And this is my brother's cat. He is now catless, unless he's gotten one in the last month or so. He had 4 at one time. This is badass. When I was cat sitting, she decided she liked sitting like that on the computer chair. Testing 2. All right. Yep, that's my back. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to see my back, I could turn around. Oh well. So anyway, I said. Testing. It's like it's a round robin. Like, which one do I have to click now? Yeah, you know, why? Why yesterday of all times? Why now of all times? Like, you know, I'm delay. You know, I delay myself as it is to telling a story. That was my trying to build my happy place. Some of these. Let's see. The purple cup was the first thing that I got. I found that at like Marshalls or Home Goods, and it says "Think happy, be happy," and inside the cup at the bottom is a purple smiley face like one of these, you know, circle smiley face. Then the rest of these I think I got in thrift stores. Life is good. Celebrate. You can never have too much happy, and that's my sucker jar. And the lid is a drain plug from the dollar store, flipped upside down. because it's got all the little holes to hold the suckers. But you got to be careful with that, because over time they start to kind of melt and leak all over the place. Like when I came back from COVID and they were all, you know. Anyway, yeah. Well, it's kind of obvious. Not that I want anybody to necessarily look me up, but that's what I was. First part of beauty is be you. And then somebody drew that. One of my clients made this logo. So there's like a person over here in the gray area, the light gray. Of course, that's the black and white version, but and so that's kind of like Beauty magazine. Beauty. And then I actually ordered from testing. Okay. Testing 2. I think I'm just going to unmute these or something and see what happens. As long as it's not echoing. Because I don't know which one it wants to use. As long as it uses one of them. Well, see, that's the thing. That's what this stream is supposed to be. I just didn't get there yet because y'all didn't quite. Y'all were kind of busy last night, so this turned into Buddy Day 2. So. But anyway, I was in the middle of going through these things to say what we're supposed to have, and then I was going to load the game and see what happened to it, and start a new save so I don't have it interfere with my other save yet. So earlier in this stream, I did read through all these things, and I've been closing them as I've gone along. So basically, about this is about extortion and stuff. Testing. Okay. I tried not to say anything about it because I knew that Freebird was already dealing with it in a way. So I came over there and I did a little thing about the saving pictures, but I wasn't, I didn't want to hijack, you know what I mean? But hey, that's why, I went ahead and don't have my Facebook people like I posted about it, but they're not my clients like they were. They're not people who I thought were my friends because of the politics. So this is where I've been for I went into Bluebell's stream the other day and did my little you've been a member for this many months thing, and it said 40 months. So I've been doing these YouTube things for over 3 years and started my streams soon after that. When was my first? Oh no, I'm sucking my thumb. Oops. Okay, Stu Spudman was one of my first streams. I did a 2 years ago. Did a test stream to see if anybody would show up. September 5th of 23. So that's almost 3 years that I've been streaming. Hey, what do you know? Looks like Caroline's live. Caroline? Don't go towards the light, Caroline. Oh, it's Caroline. Caroline. Oh, that's right. It's Sweet Caroline and Don't Go Towards the Light, Caroline. Yeah. My teacher from... The same teacher that would be like... She'd give somebody like a chore or something. Be like, hey, it's your group is supposed to take out the garbage in the break room. Happy birthday, though. Well, she'd also, when like the class was too busy yapping amongst each others and not paying attention to her, she'd be like, Carol Ann's come back from the light now. Yeah, good old Missy. She was. You didn't. If you're one of those. Nobody wanted to have her because she was by the book about teaching what state board requires, and her pretend mock test was that tough too. You had to do it like state board to pass it. And I was one of the lucky ones that the way the rotation worked out, I had her twice for it. So I was fairly well prepared. for the actual thing. And I'm thankful for that. Because state board, you go to state testing. Okay, I'm back. Thank you. But yeah, I was thankful that I had her for the testing, because when you go to the actual state board, they tell you can ask questions, but if you're asking something they can't give you an answer for, they would tell you, do as you have been taught. So that's like, you remember what you were taught, or you're on your own. And I was glad that I had 4 practice tests at that school. And then way back in the day, I had one at the other school, because that was how you got out to the floor, was you had to do a pretend mock state board. Turns out getting there was more of a problem than the actual test, with all construction and traffic. I was almost late. State board has a thing where I was scheduled for 9 o'clock. And you have to be there at 8:30 to sign in. And if you're not there at 8:30 to sign in, you forfeit your money and you got to come back later and pay again. I got up to the 3rd floor, got off the elevator at 8. Testing. I got off the elevator at 8:40. Technically, I had forfeited. But I got off that elevator and saw all the other students and whatever sitting there with their kits ready to go. And I'm like, with my adrenaline rushing. So obviously something is connecting and disconnecting, because I'm hearing that. Okay, let's see if I hear this twice. Oh. Never mind. That video was playing. That was the old one. My old stream. That was what was jiggling. But anyway, they were sitting there, and I've by now all the adrenaline and everything is going. And it's like, I'm dead. I'm not even gonna get to take the test after waiting another 15 years. And am I late? No, they said to wait here and they'd come get us. So then I had 20 minutes to catch my breath and calm down, and then go do the hardest thing I'd ever done in my life. Yeah. And I almost, it was on the third floor, and in between like my station and the next station over was a thin window. You could probably like just about stand there, and the window was, just a thin window. And when it came time to do the perm, you only do like 5 rods like on the crown, but the mannequin had not had a haircut yet. Other than the day before, I held it upside down and basically went chop to make it not be so long. Because you have to have a minimum of a certain amount of inches for the haircut. So it's like you have to cut at least an inch and still have it be at least like 4 inches long. And then after that is when you do your curling iron curl. And that's when you need to have enough hair left over to show the figure 8 curl. So it needs to still be long. So I didn't cut the hair all into a style. I just cut some of it off. Well, when I went to do the perm, that hair was still all layers, and some of the hair, when I'm holding the perm, the wrapper up here, the papers, and there's hair down here that isn't reaching. So it's falling out. And I had practiced my perms. Those are just some of them. Labor Day of... Oh, there's more dog pictures here. What is this? That was the cat my girlfriend got after the other cat. That's Minion. Okay, that was still at the old house. But it was 12 years since I had gone to that first school. And I was going to have my perm wrapping time down to the time it needed to be. And I took Labor Day weekend and literally timed myself over and over again and kept posting to Facebook, okay, I'm starting. Okay, the comb's put down. And it took me like 2.5 days of practicing it. But I went from an hour and a half down to under 45 minutes. And tell you what, that's a workout. You breathing when you're doing that. Holding your arms up here and grabbing and grabbing, and like, and it's like, okay, well, all right, I'm gonna go again. Oh, here's a picture I don't usually share, but this was back then when one of my elementary school friends that I had reconnected with around that time invited me to a vendor party and it was around Halloween. And I was trying to, after my purge of negativity, I was trying to break out of the whole shy thing and all that. So I had gone to this vendor party with cards for the school, like business cards and stuff, to try to find some clients. Because Regency was a chain of like 79 locations, and they gave you tools to promote yourself as if you were doing the job. And we could have people request us. And now Facebook existed, so I really capitalized on that. But I went to that vendor party, and I wore something, and you might not want to have a drink in your mouth right now. So, yeah. By the way, I have nothing but support for people who are, LGBTQT, but I wish I could marry a woman and have some kids. I'm not into men or anything, so, but yeah, I wore that. And then I walked around that room after I got up the courage. And because these were vendors that had their own business cards, I traded cards with them. So it wasn't as stalkerish. Like I wasn't approaching a stranger and, hey, would you like a card? Later on, I started doing a little bit of that, but I was careful about how I did it. First, I went to the mall and I was, well, not just the mall, but my teacher had told us, think about the places you go. Try to offer your card to the cashiers and stuff. Now, you got to be careful with that because there's a lot of stores that say no soliciting. So, don't want to get anybody in trouble. But yeah, as you can see, at that time, after working at the grocery store for 3.5 years, I still had my wide hips, but I was getting a little skinnier. And that happened again when I went back this time. Both times I went back. Well, my problem has always been my hips. Once they're wide, they're not going back. So I walk to the grocery store, I look up at the TV up there, and the camera doesn't need to add 10 pounds, but maybe it does. Like, here comes Wide Load walking through the door again. But the thing with me is, it's like, my legs have always had the brunt of it. My dad, his was the gut. The gut would go forward. And when he'd be at the restaurants, his belly would be touching the table. Crackly! Yeah. Well, if it goes snap, crackle, and pop, we'll know something's up, and I'll have to go searching for the elves. And yeah, when you know, uh, everybody, you take care and do whatever you're doing, whether you come back or not. You know, you can be a ninja. Oh, I'm in this picture somewhere. Of course, that would be the time when I'm not petting the dog. All right, I am going to go and get my coffee warmed up. And when I come back, I'm gonna be reading some more of this stuff, and we'll get into the packs. And thankfully, I'm on vacation, so I'm still early in the episode. I went to get my coffee warmed up. Testing, testing. Okay, heck, a moment. It's funny how it stays working when I'm not here. I was warming up some food and coffee, and I went upstairs to attack Loki. Because he was in the mood for it. And guess what? So was I. So let me get some of these things turned off so they're don't need them slowing me down. Computer wise, space wise and all that. Okay, so basically there's extortion and stuff like that in the computer. I'm gonna, being extorted, you can refuse to pay up, there is an option to turn off the extortion in settings. Thank you. That's important. Alrighty. Quick, I'll take some bites of potato salad while she's gone. Scandal effects. They will go away, or you can apologize, or you can deny them, or it's not all doom and gloom. Some Sims will even improve of certain scandals, leading to increased success when socializing with them. Get famous. They can create videos either apologizing for or denying the scandal. That's cool. Like if you're, you can play with Judith Ward or something like that with that. Now, I'm assuming this is not just for the new area, but okay, I don't want to read the spoiler alerts, but that's some of the things that can get you in trouble with the stuff. All right. Okay, the patch that happened today. There's a small patch to address the things. Stair railings will no longer be missing on pre-made lots, gallery lots, and player-created lots. Okay, so the stairs were disappearing on lots that were already made, apparently. I didn't. That's one thing with the new update. I didn't play with the stairs yet. This large bean salad is good. resolved an issue. Relative-in-law relationship labels were showing up inconsistently. There was an issue where newly adopted Sims failed to appear in the family tree after a certain number of children. The same Sim will no longer show up as part of different generations in the family tree. Well, testing. Okay, now we have buffering. I don't know what to do. Anyway, let's watch these trailers again. And the chaos ensues. Testing. Oh, this went and muted again. Testing. Okay. For a few minutes, I'm going to take my camera down. Because, reasons.
Alright, here's the tea. Royal life. It's not just palaces and crowns. It's choices. Big ones, small ones, messy ones. The kind that decide whether you're loved or totally loved. So let's get into it. Nobility is an active career anyone can chase. Well, once they're old enough. So, what's the deal? How does one go from a noble newcomer to a leader of a kingdom? Perform your duties, make the right moves, and you'll move up the ranks faster than a princess can fall down a set of bleachers. And what rewards do you get for all that royal grind? Only the best strip, regal traits, and of course, the crown. Obsessed! But the real prize is the favor of the people. Your choices change how the kingdom sees you. Example, while holding court, a fellow noble raises a concern that someone keeps blocking their mailbox. The highest of offenses. Do you favor their royalty and punish the offenders? Or side with the commoner and let it slide? You're not going to please everyone. So, host an extravagant ball! I mean, who doesn't love a party? Throwing a successful event is one way to increase your noble rank, as is loyal service to your people and fulfilling the duties expected of you. Very respectable. Noble! Lead by example. Love it. Just kidding! Bring on the drama! Take Exhibit A, the damp disgrace. Perhaps a certain incident about a certain noble gives you the opportunity to extort them. Got a rival blocking you from advancement? Challenge that dirty law to a duel! Win, and they'll step down a level, and that title is yours for the taking. Maybe after you've honed your skill first? Yes! Oh, better yet, let the winds of fate decide the future for you. Power shifts are dramatic turns that alter who rules, who falls, and your favor between commoners and royals. But not all fairy tales end happily ever after. That frog prince kiss could be your ticket to the good life. Or a war-filled scandal leading to a very awkward press conference and your abdication of the throne. Hey, it can happen to anyone. It's only a matter of time. If it's not kissing frogs, it's a sabotaged cuckoo clock. Which is why you should have a promise to inherit and ensure many years of family rule. Or just move on and start fresh instead. I mean, with so many worlds to make your kingdom, there's no right way to rule. Why not make the unexpected choice and see what happens?
Well, I had a chance to be first earlier today, but got a little sidetracked there. Now other people are streaming. Not that I'm like first, because, everybody, all the important people have had the game for a week. Even though they've left the creator club thing, whatever, they're still getting the game early.
A dynasty might be a whole family of nobles, or mysterious icons, or wealthy entrepreneurs. But let's back up a bit and talk about how you can start a dynasty. As the founder,
well, you get whoever made the TV show, and then
make all the big decisions. Choosing the family crest, enforcing the family values, and even inviting your favorite family members from other households to join. There are two measures of a successful dynasty: unity, meaning how well dynasty members get along, and prestige, which is earned by living by your values. or lost by going against them.
Excuse me.
Naming your heir ensures your dynasty will carry on, though your cool auntie is probably too busy to accept. Maybe choose somebody who actually wants the position. There you go. Individual actions may only have a small impact on prestige, but every little bit helps. And prestige equals perks, like getting a tutor or faster promotions at work. Everyone say Nepo baby. Or even making alliances easier, since prestige receives a boost from forging connections with other dynasties too. Even when you find yourself facing off against a rival dynasty, there's an opportunity to come out ahead. Ooh, nice one. But there's also a risk to your personal rank if you hold prestige, and if it drops low enough, someone could challenge you for leadership. But hey, if you're not happy being part of a certain dynasty, you can go start a new one. Just make sure you choose family members who will help you gain prestige instead of lose it. Uh-oh, that secret affair better not come to light. It's important to ensure no one discovers your dirty laundry, because with devious conspirators about, every one of your family's indiscretions is a potential scandal waiting to break. Take advantage of the situation by leveraging your new knowledge. Use it to form a trusted bond as a close, loyal confidant. Or extort them for power or simoleons, whichever. Oof, that will hurt prestige quite a bit. You can try and do damage control by declaring the troublesome dynasty member the outcast, but the effects of a scandal may last a while. Maybe it would have been better to stay in your original dynasty, but the choice is yours. Just submit and see. Now you just
Too bad you can't choose, like,
want the crown.
you know, have a boxing match instead or something. You know, use the regular fight. You know, we'll settle it at the karate tournament. Yeah. Okay. So let's turn that off. Actually, let's just go ahead and so let's load in for the first time. Now, keep in mind it's gonna tell me that I've got royalty and legacy, and tell me I've got the two kits and the bonus content probably. So. If anybody needs to skip ahead in this stream. Secret shift power. Alright, yeah, we know that. I just read all that. Digital content. So I got the lantern, I got the practice dummy. And I got a crown of leaves. Of course, that would be handy if you're doing like the fairy tale, or the fairy kingdom having a ruler. Okay, your family, your legacy, build up prestige, maintain unity, and be a powerhouse family everyone wants to keep up with. But remember, elevated status means elevated drama. Claim your crown. Many worlds can be kingdoms, but only one sim world can wear the crown. Shape your kingdom, best your rivals, and maybe woo a noble frog as you climb to the top. Do it for the plot. Forbidden loves and secret children are just a few situations that can become saucy scandals. When faced with a scandal, Sims can apologize, atone, wait it out, or deny everything. Your kingdom awaits. Ondarion is a world with rich history and powerful dynasties, where opulence is around every corner. With an empty throne, the stage is set, and the stories are yours to tell. Okay, silver screen style kit. That's important because, you know, fashion kits are important for what I'm doing with the magazine and all that. And, you know, of course, any new hairstyles would help. Tea Time Solarium. Design a social space that is not quite outside, yet separate from the bustle of your house, with windowed walls, a flowering trellis, and a discreet rock-shaped speaker. You can craft the perfect spot to spill the tea with friends. Tasteful and tasty. An elegant tea party requires a beautiful space, good conversation, and, of course, tea, as well as other refreshments. This collection features a delicate tea set and treat tray that are both functional and banquet table. Okay. Just in time for the Mad Hatter. Cuttable figure in striking styles inspired by the mystique of a classic era with the Sims 4 silver screen style kit. Exude graceful power as head of the family by pairing a dramatic gown with bold accessories, or go for the iconic, intriguing look of a trench coat and hat to hide your eyes while you search for secrets. This kit is about stepping into the roles of larger-than-life characters. Okay, so there's some clothing. A different pearl necklace. I'm assuming that's just new glasses, because she's wearing that hair in all the pictures. So it doesn't look like we got any new hair, just new accessories. Then a load of bling. I mean, not bad. It's a shame when we don't get hair with the fashion kits. Okay, that's nice. Now, is this just an open window, or is that an archway door? I mean, an open door. We'll find out, won't we? Yeah. Oh, okay, that's just the crown, not a new hair. That might be new hair. I don't know if that's that Elsa or not Jasmine ponytail or not. But we did see that one. Some other crowns. And that's nice there. I know, hopefully it comes in a lot of colors. Hey, look, we got that thing. Aren't you glad we got this thing? That's probably worth $30 alone right there. Look. More white socks. We needed more white socks. I was just saying the other day, there's not enough options for having your sim wear white socks. And look, blue socks. There weren't enough blue socks. Are these Chicago White Sox? Of course, I don't know where the Blue Sox play. Must be a different league. But they didn't give us any Red Sox. I guess not. Does this look like a child wearing a crown? Because that's kind of what that looks like. Oh, another mask. You know, until they give us a Phantom of the Opera mask, I'm gonna be kind of disappointed. You know, because I want a Phantom of the Opera mask. You know, going on half the face. Well, they gave us more masks. Okay. Okay, his water dish is still over there with water in it. That could be the noise I heard. Yeah, I might have shook the bed enough to have that happen. Well, we'll have to see what that one's like. How many different... Because I'm still looking for, you know, wedding dresses for the June issue and whatnot. You know, maybe whatever new ones we got could be the one that Tara Wynn, you know, my Vera Wang type sim, is supposed to have made for Gloria's magazine and instead ends up on Beauty. Maybe Judith Ward wore it to get married to Sammy Smalls. And because Beauty Magazine got the scoop on her, it may not be the cover picture, but they've got a picture of her wearing that dress. And that could set Gloria off. Because that's what the whole point was going to be, that somehow Beauty Magazine was going to have this wedding edition, and Gloria gets wind of it, and she doesn't usually do hers till later in the year. And she's going to try to do hers really quick. And for things for a change, because they just can't get them done in time. So yeah. Anyway. For testing purposes, I'm going to start a new game. Because I want to know what's going to happen before I log into this game.
And a prep kit off.
Okay, so we've got some sort of echo now. I think that's capturing the game mic. Testing. Okay. Testing 2. Okay, that got rid of the echo. For now. And just a reminder that my microphone is having issues cutting out ever since the update to Windows yesterday. So, bear with me. When I realize it's not doing it, I will... Quit giving me, what did I name you? Sophia? Or, Stella? I think you're Stella. Stella Stella... Stella Piano di Bologna. She's the wife of mob boss Carmine Piano di Bologna, which may or may not translate to full of baloney. You know, because using the translator to make words doesn't necessarily mean it's doing it right. But no, we're not going to test with her.
Mitzel Benarla. Rashu Manuba. Little Lex Aurora.
Got the tennis shoes going with that, eh? Who am I to judge? Now, is that for rent, Tamarang? Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe they were giving us one of the new ones. Alright, well, since we're in the Create Sim, let's check out, because I don't always remember to do this. She actually kind of looks cool just like that. You know what? But you have to turn off feminine to get that. So if you want that for your game, you gotta remember to turn it off. Turn off feminine. She kind of looks like a news reporter or something. You know, while we're at it, we can make an actual sim that we might import to the other game. Terradiddle. This is Terradiddle reporting from or something Terradiddle. Twaddle Terradiddle. Terradiddle Bilgewater. Malarkey. Terradiddle Malarkey. Well, that ain't helping me at all. And not only that, but you didn't load it in a new window. Wait. So, in other words, you don't want to give a definition for bullshit. Taradiddle tiddlywinks. Taradiddle tollywiggle. Baloney. Well, I guess I should have done the full of baloney lady. You know? Well, stop giving me words if you ain't got definition, you piece of... You had all these years to have a definition for this stuff. Because I've been using this for years. Journalist, maybe. Testing? Okay. Shilly instead of Shelly? Fuster the Buster? Mona? Maybe it's a word for mountain? I don't know. Something that'll blow its top? Well, how do you know it's a related word if you ain't got a definition? What the hell? We can name her Allegory. Allegora. Allegora Taradiddle. Damn it. Why every time I got one that I like, they don't want to give me a damn definition for. You know, like allegoric glaver. That could have been a word. A blithering idiot. Allegora scuttlebutt. Tabitha Lloyd. I think I've already got somebody named Lloyd, though. Something Lloyd. Speculator. Backstabber. Allegora Titbits. Yeah, what's Titbits got now on that? Hey, Titbits, you got the scoop? I could always name her Mad Libs. Although some MAGA person might be like, oh, she's a lib, all right. You know, I don't use gossip that often, but, well, she's an insider, of course.
Swavy.
Wait a minute.
Oh? Oh.
Is there an actual gossip trade, or is that just for this? Swordsmanship. I don't know. What else we got in here? While we're at it, we gotta look through these. Because there could be new stuff. Okay, I'm really disappointed in that. I'm only seeing the one thing.
Pizza? Huh. Well, bossy!
Well, if you're gonna like gossip, you're gonna like stories.
Oh,
You just pretty much discuss everything. You don't care.
huh. Oh, pizza? Huh. Well, bossy!
Deep thoughts.
Huh.
Yeah, you just
Ooh, there
jokes,
she
whatever.
is. Huh. Ooh,
Not necessarily pranks.
Barb. Huh. Huh.
Because she wants the juicy details.
Barb.
She's probably all optimistic all the time, but she probably also likes getting the dirt on other people too. You know what? We're gonna take that off. Because I don't want her to sway one way or the other. Sorry. So we really didn't get his health and sports, but you gotta remember to turn these off, otherwise it screws everything up. Alright, so what do we got on here now? A new type of deviance. The sim wants to know everyone's business and are able to extort and expose scandals about whoever they please. That sounds about right. Then again, you've also got this one. The Seeker of Secrets loves the thrill of discovering juicy secrets about other sims. What they do with that information has yet to be decided. That's the same thing. People are going to notice that and complain about it. We already had this. This is the same thing. You're getting people's secrets to extort them. Well, anyway, Well, it's a shame they didn't add in the sword play. And that's the thing. These are the same. I mean, maybe there's some difference when you actually play them, but well, I guess when you go to play them, they'll probably ask you to do two different things on how you complete them. One is probably like get gossip on the royal people and expose them, while the other is probably just gossip about people and really be mean, and because it's the new one. Welcome back, Jen. I'm gonna test this now that I've finished eating that stuff. Let's see if turning that back on causes the mic to have more issues. Because at the moment, it's okay. At the moment. Fingers crossed and all. Testing 2. I can't win. I can't win. I can't. I did it to myself, didn't I? Now that always becomes the difficult part, when you're using the face cam and all that. Where do you put it for certain games? Because I don't want to block things. At the moment, I'm only blocking her. But anyway, yeah, got up here. Hey, eyes up here. Yeah. Hands up here. Okay, let me touch your face. I suppose she'd be outgoing if she's gossipy. Doesn't necessarily have to be shady or snob. I could have sworn there was one for actually gossiping, though. Yeah, hello to me, too. Hi. There goes the microphone again. Oh, maybe it did. because, you know, most journalists get that way. They want to get the scoop. I think
Yippee!
testing. Okay. You were interrupting me, lady. Now, back to the, here, let's do an all-in-one here. Because it'll tell us what the packs are. So, Royalty and Legacy. Silver Screen, and the... Is it... Tea Time Solarium. Oh, it didn't have any fashions. It's not going to be in the fashion thing if it don't got no fashions. Okay. Alright. So this includes the... It's not feminine only. So... I think she'd wear that. Actually, let's give that to her on this one. And then let's give her actual, like... It's a Dorothy dress. Well, these are definitely wedding dress material for the June issue. Yeah. That would be really stupid if they gave us a royal pack and not anything for them to wear. People would be up in arms over that. Then again, I'm still mad they don't have any bridal veils. Like... So these are some good, I'm resisting the custom content. That was delayed. Yeah, I keep thinking there's a box here. New butler outfit. See, now here there is one. You know? It's like, you make my eye think there is one there, and then you take it away. You know, at first glance, this kind of looks like the hot dog suit. Well, it comes in ketchup or mustard. Or plain. Don't mind me, I'm scratching my boobs. How's your shoulder, you dork? You don't keep your boobs over there. I will keep my boobs anywhere I want to, and you will not tell me where. I have to. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they had content creators making these or not, but they did a decent job. Here, oh. No royal outfits for that, huh? I guess there is no kill somebody with a sword outfit. What do I want to wear to chop somebody's head off? Oh yeah, my Stay Puft Marshmallow outfit. Or hot dog. Yeah, I want to put my hot dog suit on. That's got lots of padding. Might protect me. That's a shame. Really? I guess you just put something in yourself. Didn't we get some trench coats? You know? Oh. Oh, I think I know what was going on there. That's probably more like it. Yeah, you're probably gonna wear the same thing. Well, not. You're not wearing sneakers, lady. Not yet, anyway. Maybe at a different time. That almost looks more like a silver screen, old-fashioned. All right. Do I want to put glasses on her? Just give me the glasses, okay? No, they're sunglasses. Not for everything. Maybe when she's wearing that. Or maybe that. When she's like in the office. Well, hey, I guess we'll have to use the socks we got, right? Can't let those go to waste. Where are they? They're not athletic, I guess. Makes it look like she's got toothpick legs. You mean tell me we don't have... Because there's only a blue one there. I mean, I'm not imagining that. We did see that there was another set. There's this here. And it's not giving me a choice of white. And I made that comment that they were giving us white socks. Where's the white socks? That is weird. Because I made that comment. Well, not all things are an actual game. Why am I not finding a white socks?
Ooh.
I wasn't imagining that. I don't know. All I know is I showed it. There were white socks, and it looked like these were the same, only blue. Or black, or whatever color that is. Well, actually, they look blue in the picture. Well, anyway, I don't like those shoes. They're too your legs look too skinny in them shoes. It makes it look like your legs are going to break off. I mean, it does. These look like little. I don't mean to sound like this, but it reminds me of prosthetic legs. You know, somebody who's got a prosthetic leg in a shoe. They're a little wider that way, but that's a little better. She's getting ready to lace them up for the Hickory Huskers. The Mylan Miracle? Yeah. You don't need to wear those. I was pinching you in case you were dreaming. Because you're wearing your sleepwear. Okay, well, that's a few. Do they have the thing I was complaining about the other day? You were complaining about that in Zoe. I think that's a little bit of Dorothy there. Well, that certainly is it's a hairstyle. Aha, there's that. Although I'm kind of give us this one and then give us the other, like, straight hair and stuff with more of a small tail. Well, it could be somebody that's got that other hairstyle growing it out. The bowl hairstyle. I mean, that's basically what that is. It's growing that out. I'm scratching! Eh. Yeah. Well, you were scratching your way below your armpit there on your back or something. You weren't scratching the other thing. Well, so what? Having face cam is something that, you want face cam, you deal with all the other stuff too that you might not want. Yeah, that one. That is the same as... That's all it is. It's the same thing, but it's growing out. Alright, but we are going to... No. Because that's who she was. Every time somebody's giving her they give her a Q-tip. Say, hey, I got a Q-tip for you. What? A tip. You said Q-tip. Why'd you say Q-tip? I don't know, you got something in your ears? I didn't say Q-tip. Well, this thing needs warming up, so... So far, even if I don't get any use out of the pack, I've at least got clothing to use. So, worth $30, $40? Maybe not, but you know how they are. They would have charged that much just buying the kits to get all that. He's not there. Nope. You're there, but you're not there. I mean, let's face it, he's always going to be there. Testing. Okay. Testing again, testing again. So I'm thinking that if I do keep her, and I should, here, let's, before I go adding anybody else. She's gonna work for Nancy Landgraab's publishing, probably for Holly Glam. Nancy Landgraab's Holly Glam magazine. Okay, why are we doing that now? You know, I obviously did not open anything that should have been doing that. Oh. I think Iris Captiva was in charge of that one. I forget exactly what I said, but she's my not quite Medusa, but Sedusa. You know, she takes them glasses off and you in the bedroom with her. Well, whether you want to or not, don't look in her eyes. Because you don't go there if you have a reputation or a spouse or, you know, any of that. Because it may or may not stay secret, but Iris is going to get her turn. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and click you and be done clicking you. I liked what I had, but so I like this one or a version of this. No sense taking any chances. Alright, so this is a new game, so it's going to ask me the season. Let's just go right for spring. Winter, spring, summer, fall. All you got to do is call. And I'll be there, yes I will. You got a friend. Da-da-da. Essential. Hey, we can buy that. 30 by 20. Yeah, but I wanted to know what it is. Because neither of those are what I thought they were. Maybe that's maybe that symbol means, it's got a back room. How, I always forget how I got to these things. Where was... There it was, Device Manager. Pardon the, Well, I guess I better mess with that later. Because it says restart required. Alright. Well, anyway. What part of clothes don't you understand there? Oh. The coat hanger. Use a, they wanted to use a metal one. Right here. Just take an open piece of land. Because we can use that to do a little bit of build and buy too. Just to see what came with what. Now, we're not going to have a whole lot for the silver screen kit. So maybe we'll, before we jump into the rest of the stuff, we'll click on the tea room stuff. Oh, you mean in the middle of the rain? Yeah. Poor little twaddle getting rained on. Hey, look, if you're ready, you can go get a frog to kiss already. You know, nothing like starting you off looking right at a frog log. Is this Sweet Haven? Is Popeye on his way? Oh, Sweet Haven. Okay, show all. Filter the items by. Okay, so just like the other thing, they didn't bother to put silver screen because it's a clothing one. Like this. However, you know, I want things to match. Okay, there's the banquet table. The key cart where it's supposed to go. That's the one thing that bothers me is now it's not in the same order, so I might accidentally miss something. Okay, so it looks like we have a choice between the swatches that match the table and then these other color swatches. Mustard and lettuce. You sure that's not cheese? That's gotta be mustard. Nobody would have that much cheese. Little hammer. Those are cakes, probably. Hey. They're what I say they are. Okay, that's an outdoor speaker. It looks like a rock. Yeah, but do we get Mrs. Blanding's flower sink? She just wanted a little flower sink. Oh, that's the trouble right there. Well, see, first they had to do the foundation and make sure it was able to hold the big rock, and then they had to drill this, and then they had to do the plumbing, and then they had to do that, and so that's how the price went up. You mean to tell me there's no tea time fences? Is this all gold if I don't have anything? Okay, that is doors. And then closed doors. Well, I like having both. That is cool to have. You know, like if I was making the like I could put those on Gloria's offices. Some are closed, some are open. Testing. Okay. I said I might even use these on Gloria's fashion school. So what we got for windows? Oh, I like that. And I like how I can put them behind the door, too. That is nice. Heck, you could just keep the theme going. or use these. I love how they just, there's no gaps though. That is, I hope they fix all the other ones so you can do that kind of thing. Okay, so what do we got for swatches? Okay, and then it takes the bars out. That's cool. I think I wanted a window like that for something or other. Because we only got that one square window. Those would be cool for businesses, storefronts. I like the way, like if I was making storefronts, it's the same thing, but I can change them up. Like one business could have this style. You could even do a thing where, like, the outer doors are open, and then there's a little, whatever you call it, vestibule or whatever, and then there's a closed door in there. Now, not to be too picky, but next up, one door closed, one door open. Or give us the single door with either or option. Excuse me. I'm definitely a fan of this. I hope they can go through and make some other ones do this type of stuff. You know, just for like making storefronts and something that looks like a mall. I mean, the fact that we've now supposedly got this like back room type lot. I ought to just make every lot have wild foxes. Yeah. Well, you didn't even do it to this one. Yeah, I know. Okay. Hey, we can like act out that scene in Beverly Hills Cop near the end. I think that room kind of looked like that. Yeah, it's definitely some options for building. I'm gonna like building with those if and when I build. You know, just making similar yet different rooms or buildings. Okay, let's turn that off. Let's see hey, anybody need we can spare a square. Come and get your paper. Extra, extra. Come get your paper. Out of $1. There's not even any news on this. Okay, we can put signs over the windows. And on the doors. Yep. Okay, so we can't put it there, but yeah. I'm digging it. Yeah, I know she doesn't want to buy anything new, but I could see her eventually wanting this. I could see Freebird wanting to buy this one. Maybe when it's on sale or something. You know, not right now, but eventually, if she wants it, she'll buy it. I mean, because she said something about I do like making my garden rooms or whatever they're called. Tea rooms, old-timey tea room, like grand hotels, Titanic, I don't know, something. Match these kind of things up with a room that's got the new grand staircase things and I'm giddy. I like that one. I mean, had I just gotten this today, I might have thought of something to build with that. An old school ice cream parlor, bakery, fudge shop, cupcake factory place, garden shop, florist, library. I mean, anything that you need windows and doors for. A room with bunk beds? Yeah. Army barracks. It's for the ferry army. They need their barracks. They gotta go fight the gnomes. Yeah. What does this look like? Hearing things. Well, you have ears. Testing. Okay. See, we can't do that with this one. That's better. Okay. No, it's not going to work because that'll touch it. What came with... that's a Glimmerbrook door, so... Well, hey, it's got potential. Yeah, that's got potential. Of course, I could probably got other wallpaper too with floral on it. Doesn't have to be. Those are rhinos or dinosaurs, not. Those are dinosaurs. Interesting. Oh, SpongeBob. I don't think I've seen those yet. Or I didn't. Or I did. When I looked at the SpongeBob stuff, I must not have remembered to do the wallpapers. Yeah, this door comes with Glimmerbrook, Realm of Magic, and I just remembered it because it's on it's on Misty's house. But you have to you gotta click the swatches to find that because that's one of the things that bugs me about the game. Like that. I'm using that somewhere, but I don't know I've got it until just now. And I've probably had this pack for it's been probably a year now. Something with iron and I figured I'd check for some cross pack compatibility. You're not on that one anymore. You gotta move it that way. Yeah, you're right. I like to move it that way. And move it. And move it. Really? It just has to mess with me. It just has to. Oh well. It's not gonna do it, because, I mean, that might look okay, but it's still, over here, it's overlapping that pillar. So, oh well. It was fun while it lasted. More! 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 He won't let me do no more. Okay. Take away all my fun. So, anybody who wants to... Are you gonna do this crap again? Alright, let's do the wall first. So it'll already be up. And we'll put out another one just in case. So maybe put like the doors and windows over here and decor over here. I see we don't get a chain link fence yet. Just a normal, everyday, normal neighborhood fence. Nope, I'm gonna have to go into debug to get those. And scrolling and grabbing it and scrolling and grabbing it and scrolling because you can't just get it. Yep, that's messed up. That's probably one of the few glitches I've had in the past few days that I've had at all. Is it's taking away the grabber fist. It just all of a sudden out of nowhere, it's like, okay, you get this hand and that's it. Well, I'm glad we got those. That's at least something that looks like a neighborhood fence. There's these, but I don't want the barbed wire. Oh, wow. Well, it's something. Okay, well, here's an idea, Robert. Yeah. Put this over here. Get this chunk of it somehow. Yeah? Now what? Yeah? Well, now what? Apologize for the sidetracking here, but it's one way to copy this stuff without having to copy it. Because you can't copy it. So that could be a lesson to anybody who doesn't already know. If you're wanting to save yourself some time, one, look on the gallery to see if anybody's already made a collection of them. You know, you don't even have to do the debug cheat to get at them. Then, if they've got the one thing that you're looking for, well, just as long as you The trick is you got to make sure that the room you make is a bigger room than your item, because when you go to set the room down, if it's like touching the items or whatever, they'll sometimes disappear. And it's like, well, I did that for no reason. Especially if it's an item that's on a wall. You don't want them, you don't want them to be on the outer walls necessarily. Now, in my case, I've got one that works, for whatever reason, but then again, whatever reason it is, but, I made this one, and I don't have the money, but it's the one where I've got all the fruits and vegetables that I had at the time on shelves. So, to save yourself some time, you can just place that room and then pocket them all, and you don't have to go looking around for those particular ones. But, I don't know if I uploaded that to the gallery or not, to the public one. Alright, you got 6 poles. That's enough for now. Like I said, I could always place the room more than once and get more of this stuff. But this is going to help me. Oh, he's not coughing. He's not back there coughing. That's a good thing. How do I... Are they just there, or... Maybe I gotta delete them from... Yeah, that's how I gotta do it. Alright. I'm gonna warm my coffee up and then come back and we'll, get into this. Apologize for the delay, but... Somebody else probably, got this done in only 15 minutes and you're taking forever. Sometimes forever is, plenty of time. Right? Who wants to live forever? The show must go on. Thank you. So what we got going on story-wise? I'm hopeful that because like that whole dynasty thing that they've got, if I can use like the businesses, like if Gloria Downing was like a business dynasty, that would be cool. You know, I mean, I hope they somehow adjust it to that. For as much as I don't like talk about politics these days, you know, having the political option, you know, like who wants to or something, you know, political factions, and you know, they could expand the game that way. Not everybody wants royals, but there is political things, or oil barons, or you know, I mean, that's what Dallas and Dynasty and all that were about, you know, like businesses and soap operas. You know, I hope I can adapt that type of gameplay. I mean, even if I somehow just pretend it, but pretend it's a butt, yeah. A lot of new... Here, we gotta make sure we put it on tall. Because, as they say, measure once, cut twice. Yeah, measure once and cut twice. That's what hairdressing and why a trim comes out more than a trim. There's too many hairdressers out there that, oh, let's cut the perimeter and then go back in and add layers and do this and that. And next thing I know, it's, you know, way too much. You know, or they're like, they cut the perimeter, then they'll cut a little more doing regular layering. Then they go back in there with the weed whacker in. And it's like, if you're going to go in there weed whacker style, why are you taking all that time to do everything else? Testing. Testing. Okay. You know, just that annoyed me before being on them long hair forums, and when I used to talk about that stuff after I'd gone to school the first time, and then before I went back, but it just. Well, hey, they gave us more doors like this. More door? Yeah, more door. Maybe that one would look nice with that arch thing. Well, we're not going to get it on there, but... There's no time for us. Nope, same story. That is royalty and legacy. I didn't even. Okay, dork. Okay, so you got to put all that out to get your Rivendell pillars. Okay, so you got to put out 4 of them to get a full arch. Oh wow, a lighthouse! Yeah. It very much reminds me of like Rivendell or something. Get some white horses to go with it. Hey, you can have a horse king. The horse dude was they were showing how you could have the different kingdoms and all that. And the dude was sitting on a throne at the Dude Ranch. The Dude Throne. That's right, he was on the Dude Throne. I saw it. Might as well do that now. No. Each other? Because otherwise that looks stupid, and I'm not wanting to do that. And of course it's going to be the same for... Okay. Well, that's different. I'm sure somewhere I could put something of these. Maybe go to my Ashworth Manor and liven that place up. Yeah, I could probably get some use out of those two buildings. The Granville Manor and the Ashworth Manor. Get your ashes worth? Yeah. I kind of wish I wouldn't have said that. But, I'm glad I had the money to get them back. When I do. Yeah. I didn't have the money last time. Last time it was a whole $50 to do the deed. Of course, that's 16 years ago. So. Okay, well, you can't have this without having some, I don't know if it's Polish or what, but that blue, bowls and stuff that they make. Whoever makes them. Wait, no, I need more. That's right. We bought the good toilet paper. Didn't know I was gonna need it for that, but we did. Yeah. This before you did. What? I said this before you did. I suppose if you had that next to a wedding arch, that would be cool. Speaking of which, do they, okay, so that probably has everything. Let's see. Testing. Okay. Okay, so I think what it was is, I think they were gonna give you one of these with the pack, and then the other one you got by pre-ordering. Because I think I'm hopeful that they were gonna give you one to train on, and not force you to have to buy the other thing pre-order to get to get one at all. Because it'd be kind of dumb to not give us a training dummy. But in any case, we do have one of these is probably, I think it's this one for the sword training. You can practice. Or you can fight the bunny. And take that, you Valentine Easter loving piece of. I don't know why they bother, it's like, just leave the Valentine candy up and just bring the Easter candy out. It's all pink anyway, right? Sword fight to death. It's Harry Potter versus death. Okay, how far away can... Darn. I was hoping you could line them up. I still say I want some jousting. If you got horses, you should be able to do jousting. Now, usually I do this stuff on a lot where I can just leave it up, but this is not quite that lot. Oh, now you can die by looking in this telescope. Another podium. Cool. Oh, dance floors. Oh, a rectangle shape. Little rectangle. You got that Rapunzel, little rectangled. Oh, it's a sewing table. You have a good night, too. Thanks for coming in. Gotta get that ninja sleep. Now, do I just have to put this on another lot? I mean, this might come in handy if you want to travel from one lot to another, and you've already put passages on it. It's like, let's go to the mall. Okay, get in the clock. Because we don't drive cars in this town. Yeah, I don't have my, I don't have the cheats on in this world. In this save file. What time is it? 10 o'clock. What else is going on? Chris is playing some Enzoy. And for whatever reason, that decided to echo. Testing. I don't know. Testing. Okay. You can hear me? If you can hear me, so Icka walla balla walla. I can't even spell it. Yeah. You can do this, or come up with your own stuff. Or in the words of Chuck Nolan, this could work. Yeah. Here's hoping when you're desperate, life sends you a chunk of porta potty. Oh, the royal bassinet thingies. It's crying furniture. Yeah, but it's fancy crying furniture. Really? I'm almost out of money already? How much you charging for these? Damn. 9 grand. I thought one mother load would be enough, but mother needs to be loaded. Mother, do you think they'll drop the bomb? Mother didn't mean to get so high. Throne. Okay, that's just got a shadow on it. That's why it looks different. So we get 2 thrones. I mean, different swatches, but 2 thrones. Or you could, this one's for shining shoes. Make an airport. Here's a shoe shine. You got shoe shine area. What's the back look like? There with somebody sitting in it, you gonna get in trouble. They kick you ass. They kick you ass all the way to Mongolia. Where the hell that at? I don't know. Well, you gonna find out. You'll be the only one there. Why you gotta say such things, man? You know, like, why? Burger King. Oh, wait, no, that's not right. Oh, good, we can make a bowling alley with these. It's just bowling seating. Oh, I can't even figure out who you're talking about. You don't gotta talk about people. Hmm? You ain't perfect. No, I'm not. I am perfectly imperfect. There we go. There's the cross-stitch couch. For the stitching bitch. Oh, look! Psychiatrist couch! Well, kinda. Yeah. Bench. Who gave you that idea? It's in the comfort section, so somebody has to be sitting on it. Wow, they did a lot of royal plumbing. Do we just use bedpans instead? Chamber pots. It's a shame they didn't add chamber pots. Come on now. We already had something like that. Well, it's not exactly the same. A little more countrified than that. Well, I mean, we had this. I mean, it doesn't necessarily... I mean, it's got a little bit of gold color to it, but... it doesn't scream royal. I like that color. That might go with something. Alright, well that... they probably have decorative chamber pots. Yeah, I mean, because they probably ain't gonna... let you use them for real. Alright, who broke my mask? Oh, is that for a bed? Yeah, it's probably for a bed. Where is... Unless that's under like an activity instead. Shutters. You can put some shutters by your windows for a change. If they let you. Alright, who left your shoes on the... Can I leave my shoes on the bar if I don't drink? No, you still have to drink. We need that money. But you gotta keep your scuzzy shoes off our bar. Oh. I was trying to think earlier who I had named Lloyd. Benjamin Lloyd, the photographer. Thank you. I didn't hear it the first time. These do not necessarily look like those mirrors we were already looking at, so... Oh, a wall speaker. Features of the wall. Come on, everybody, get on in and take a shower. Y'all gotta take your shower. Terracotta fountain pot. It'll shower you in terracotta. You know, it only hurts for a moment. Oh, look, a royal sailboat. Yeah, that thing. Hey, look, it's a dish rack with a ladder. Do we have... Okay, do we get the same thing for the library? What kind of asshat shit is that? You give us a ladder for the china cabinet, but not for the library? Now, hey, I like having... Testing. That is dumb. You know what? Why would they do that? Other than being dumb, unless it, you know, two different people made the testing. Quit crackling! You're making me think you're broke. You know, but that's not. Testing again. Yeah, definitely having issues with it, but if I have to restart the computer in any case, I can't do that now. No, I mean, I'd rather live through it for one stream than end the stream for that and then nobody's here. I mean, at the moment it's only us, but still, I'm selfish. And not only that, but I can't even do anything with it. I just want you to come here. I want to see how tall you are compared to this thing. Okay, I suppose you would need a ladder, maybe. Or a step stool. But while we're on the Eleven Swords. On your sordid affairs. And that's it, just the swords. And then the keys from the current event. Discover a secret at a bar. Discover another sim secret. Share a secret. I got a secret. I got a secret. A secret. I'm Kilroy. No, you're Allure. Allure twaddle. Yeah, Allure twaddle. Twaddle. Allure twaddle. Yeah. If his name is Twaddle. If his name's not... if his name's not Twaddle and he named you Twaddle, then we got more problems. It's like, no, we gotta give her a different last name, we don't want to name her, Gurgle Swallower. Give her something different. Allure Gurgle Swallower. Yeah. Say that 10 times fast. That 10 times fast. I said it. You try to get away with stuff? Well, if I'm gonna take the stuff, I'm gonna try to get away with it. You know, why would I? Oh, here, I'm gonna take stuff and just stand there. It's mine. It's mine for the rest of my life. You can't take it from me. No, it's mine. Coffee table. Oh, yeah, Freebird was doing them, looking at them people's, the different builds. Table, the pass the salt table. It's like, pass the salt? What? Pass the salt! Do you like eating in here? Yeah. You know what? I don't think I've ever been in this room. Here? Royal Kids. Oh, we get another dollhouse that we didn't have. Oh. Yeah. No bed for kids. They just get a regular twin bed, I guess. Oh, this is a fridge. Okay, that's because it's like not. This is modern royal, not Downton Abbey years. Apparently. So you still have to have those kinds of packs to get old school things. Candle. Okay, these were one of these was from pre-ordering. And I think it was that one. Okay, I kind of like that. That would be, you could double that for like the fairy world or something. You don't have a ceiling. No, we don't. You won't let me fill up a shelf with vases and things, but you're going to let me do that? I mean, I could see if the piano was closed. I mean, do they have an option to have the piano closed? Probably not. I'm kind of disgusted by that. How's it going? Kind of disgusted by that. I don't know. I wouldn't mind having that on like a writing desk. Of course, if it was a leg, it would be okay. Well, looks like that's pretty much it for, I mean, there's more than this, obviously, so you'd have to go back in time, but... But that's why we do a video for it, because then people can go looking back at the video and, you know. Is anybody doing anything? Okay, I think what I might do, we are currently at, okay, we're at 7.5 hours for this. But it's only 10 something here. Let's see, what did we start at? 2 something? I think we started at like 3:10 or 3:05 or. I think what I'm gonna do is start another episode so that I can restart my computer and faff around with the drivers. And then in that one, we'll actually try some gameplay. So let's type that up. Going to try to fix microphone. Of course, this won't show up right away because they don't let you see chats right away. And then start a new episode ASAP. Now, for some reason, it's been doing okay for about an hour now, but I still wanna. I don't wanna take any chances. So, Maybe I'll even try updating Windows again or something, but so yeah, I'm gonna stop this episode, faff around with my microphone stuff, and then start another episode. Because I would like to do that. So I will be back as soon as possible. So we're just going to leave that there. Thank you. If I don't see y'all, thank you to Freebird Potato, who's still here, and Ninja Jen. And Daniel was here. And anybody else who was watching today. And anybody who watched it all yesterday. Whether it's, again, yesterday or in the future or, and of course, thanks for watching any episode. So, I'll just leave that up there. It's not the one I want to use, but we'll start another episode in a minute. The next episode will have the other thumbnail. So thank you to those who were watching and will be watching. And if I don't see you in a few minutes, hope everybody has a good night and a good day. And I hope to see you all in the next one that you are able to make it to. Until then, bye for now. Bing!